The Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa Nueces, Hinojosa Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
Okay, members, a quorum is present. Please rise for the invocation, including those in the gallery with us today. Our invocation will be delivered by Pastor Matthew Paul of Summit Worship Center in Austin, Texas.
O sovereign God, God most holy, the source of our strength, you call these leaders in this session today to serve the public, promote justice, and establish peace in our land. I lift before you all who serve the state of Texas through this body, its senators and its staff represented here today. Give to those whom we entrust with authority, discernment, and understanding, a spirit of knowledge and of resolve, as they gather today to make decisions that affect your people. I pray you would give them ears to hear and a heart to understand the needs of those in which they serve. You remind us that a house which is divided cannot stand. So I ask that you will give to them a spirit of unity to work together, to put differences aside for the good of those you have entrusted them to govern. Grace them with your presence, not only today, but as long as they live. May what is done here today lay the foundation for a better future tomorrow. I pray this through your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Paul. You may be seated in the gallery. Members, if you can greet Pastor Paul if you have the opportunity as he exits the chamber. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion's adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House is taking the following action. The House has passed the following measures: HB 4, Buckley, relating to public school accountability, including the implementation of an instructionally supportive assessment program and the adoption and administration of assessment instruments in public schools, indicators of achievement and public school performance ratings under the Public School Accountability System, a grant program for school district local accountability plans and actions challenge.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if you'll join me in introducing and welcoming our Doctor of the Day today. Members, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Bhavna Mokerla, who's a board-certified family physician. We all know how many more family physicians we need in our great state. And she's practicing in Houston. She was born and raised in India and moved to the United States in 1998 after graduating medical school. And she has lived in Texas since 2000 and proudly calls this great state home, and is Texan by choice, as every family was at some point. Dr. Mokerla chose to pursue a career in medicine because she grew up in a country where there were very few female physicians and medical access was less than ideal. Thank you for joining us here today, and thank you for all you do to keep our community and our families healthy.
Senator Eckhart.
Thank you so much for recognizing me, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for indulging me. Dr. Bhavna Mokerla is also the mother of my TLIP intern, Anuj, and we are so happy to have her in the chamber, as well as so happy to have Anuj in the chamber. Thank you.
Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 520 by Senator Hall. Whereas Rosser Koch Newton Sr. of Dallas has published an important biography of our state's 15th governor, Richard Koch, Texan. And whereas an indirect descendant of Governor Koch, Mr. Newton recognized that the politician's life and the post-Reconstruction era had been largely unexplored. Governor Koch led the state in its recovery from the upheaval of the Civil War, quelled lawlessness at the border, and oversaw the drafting and ratification of the Texas Constitution, which endures as the state's governing document. Elected in 1874, he was a fierce proponent of states' rights and a critic of federal intervention, and he went on to serve as a U.S. Senator. And whereas Mr. Newton conducted extensive research in a wide range of sources, including first-person accounts, correspondence, family records, and documentation of debates during constitutional conventions, the Secession Convention, and the legislative sessions. His book was published in November 2024 by Stony Creek Publishing Group, part of the Texas Book Consortium, which is affiliated with Texas A&M University Press. And by profession, a prominent businessman, Mr. Newton collects Texas memorabilia and serves as a trustee for the Dallas Historical Society. He is a co-founder and co-chair of the Alamo Letter Society, which places bronze plaques engraved with William B. Travis's historic Victory or Death missive in county courthouses around the state. And whereas Rosser Newton has demonstrated an admirable commitment to expanding knowledge of our state's fascinating history, and his work is sure to be appreciated by future generations, now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby honor Rosser Coke Newton Sr. for his biography of former Texas Governor Richard Coke, and extend to him sincere best wishes for continued success in his scholarly endeavors.
Members, we have guests with us on the Senate floor. Senator Hall, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it is truly an honor to welcome my very special guest, Mr. Rosser Coke Newton Sr., to the Texas Senate floor. Rosser Coke Newton Sr. is a native Texan and a prominent businessman residing in Dallas, Texas. He is an indirect descendant of Richard Coke, the 15th governor of Texas, who also served 18 years as a U.S. Senator. During his time attending Vanderbilt, Mr. Newton began exploring his love for Texas history with a focus on frontier life in the 19th century, a period in which Richard Coke played a vital role. This love of history was partially responsible for Mr. Newton receiving his Vanderbilt Class Writing Award for Journalism, as well as its award for distinction in both political science and French. His book, Richard Coke, Texan, combines these interests into a powerful narrative about governing change in the turbulent period of Texas history between 1850 and 1900. Mr. Newton's love of history extends into his personal philanthropic life. An avid collector of Texas memorabilia, Mr. Newton serves as trustee for the Dallas Historical Society. He is also co-founder and co-chair of the Alamo Letter Society, which is placing bronze plaques with Travis's letter from the Alamo in 1936 in county courthouses. A letter that will probably be remembered by history as one of the most important letters ever written. To date, there are 23 counties that are now displaying Travis's letter. There are 19 that have them, that have not yet dedicated them, and another 30 that are in the queue to actually have them about. He's a significant benefactor of and participant in a wide range of cultural and civic organizations, and is a founding member of the Dallas Arboretum Foundation and a director emeritus of the Dallas Arboretum and Botanical Garden, which the extended Coke family has supported for decades. We truly express our deepest appreciation for Mr. Newton for undertaking and completing this momentous task of getting these Alamo plaques in every county in Texas. And it will preserve this period of Texas history for future generations as we honor the most important letter ever written in our history. Please join me in official welcoming my good friend Rosser Newton and his son.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears no objection. The resolution's adopted. Senator Kolkhorst.
President, I move to add all members' names to the resolution.
Members, is there any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 518 by Hancock, recognizing May 14th, 2025 as Texas Moral Injury Awareness Day at the state capitol.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized on the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And they're hidden from me, but you can see them. So they're actually right above me. Today we had the great honor of joining American Warrior Association in recognizing the Moral Injury Awareness Day in the state of Texas. Members, if you're not familiar with the American Warrior Association, I highly encourage you to get to know them, and the work that they do in the communities is some of the finest. The AWA is dedicated to honoring our nation's military veterans, first responders, and the families in mind, body, and soul. They recently launched their initiative, R3, Respond, Restore, Resolve, to address moral injury among first responders. Moral injury is a condition distinct from post-traumatic stress disorder that occurs when individuals engage in, witness, or fail to prevent actions that violate their deeply held moral beliefs, causing feelings of guilt, shame, and loss of trust. As you can imagine, our service members, veterans, first responders, and others are put in situations where this condition does materialize and it will set in, impacting their lives and their families at home. It is through the work of the AWA and other organizations that our nation's finest can process this and find a pathway forward. Joining us in the gallery right above me are some of the representatives from American Warrior Association and Tarrant County community, including my friend, Mayor Parker. Please join me in welcoming and recognizing them for the work that they do and the care they have for our veterans and our first responders. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator King, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to thank Senator Hancock for bringing this very important resolution and recognition. And for all the uniforms up there, you don't see that long of applause and that type of standing ovation very often here. So that's just in our deep respect and appreciation for you. There's a a lot of us on the floor that have served in law enforcement or the military. If I wore that uniform for about 15 years, and everybody leaves it with it having had a different effect on them, and it's just so important that we as a society are recognizing the impact that it can have on our first responders, and we've recognized that in our military for a long time, I think. But particularly, it seems new with our first responders. So I just want to thank you all for being leaders and participants and for just supporting this. And Mayor Parker, you do such a great job of leading the city and have such a wonderful team. And thank you for just bringing everybody down here today. And again, Senator Hancock, thank you for bringing this very, very important resolution.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, thank you, Senator Hancock, for bringing this resolution. The recognition of just how difficult the professions that you mentioned, because they police, fire, military, share a very distinct commonality. The nature of their duties and the tug of death. And it isn't always what you endured that's the hardest thing. It's what you had to do that may be the hardest thing. And thank you all for what you do. Thank you for the risks you enjoin. And I would like to move, Mr. President, if I may, that all the members' names be added to the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President, members. Is
there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator Paxton, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hancock, for bringing forth this recognition. I became aware of the concept of moral injury about 4 years ago. And as a person with a background in helping children, as a school counselor, I had a space for this, but I had not ever thought about it before. I've got a daughter and 3 sons-in-law who all served in the United States military. I had grandparents who were first responders and police officers. And when we talk about giving the ultimate sacrifice, I've always equated that with the fact that when these individuals leave their home in the morning, they may not come home because they may have to lay down their life in the course of their duties. But it had not occurred to me the other sorts of sacrifices, like moral injury, which is a unique sacrifice and a unique burden that I can only imagine. And I know with my daughter and my sons-in-law that these are things that there are very few people for them to speak about this with. And of course, we know that telling your story and working through those things by explaining them to someone else who can listen and understand is so important in the journey of healing. And so I'm just appreciative, Senator Hancock, that you're helping people become aware of this, because I think it's something that a lot of people have never heard of. I encourage everyone to do a little research and understand what is meant by moral injury. And thank you for the sacrifices you've made, and thank you for being here today, for what you've done, but also about what being here will do for so many others as this awareness builds and we can create the proper kinds of supports for the people who give so much for us, and many times we can't see what they have given. So God bless you, and thank you for being here today, and thank you, Senator Hancock. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 395 by King et al., recognizing the 9th class of Governor William P. Clements Jr. scholars at the state capitol.
The chair recognizes Senator King on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today I have the honor of recognizing the 9th class of the William P. Clements Jr. Scholars. Why don't y'all go ahead and stand up, by the way. We've got a gallery full of them there. These young men and women are participating in the Clements Legislative Study Program, which is hosted by the Texas Conservative Coalition Research Institute. This is the only program of its kind to bring conservative students to Austin in order to gain valuable experience in the legislature. By taking part in this special program, these scholars are preparing themselves to be future leaders by furthering their understanding and commitment to civics, government, history, and leadership roles to better serve Texas. The program's 9th class consists of Nicole Chen, who is serving with Senator Hancock. If y'all will kind of wave when I say your name, it'd be great. Kirby Fowler with Representative Craddock, Aiden Hunter with Senator Hall, Jace Jones, who works in my office, Chloe Laws with Representative Swanson, Madeline Miller with Representative Hull, Julia Patterson with Senator Kolkhorst, Clayton Quinn with the Lieutenant Governor's office with Governor Patrick, who was one of the two founders of this scholarship program, Caitlin Stearns with Representative Buckley, Etheridge Zachary with Representative Shaheen, Gabrielle Diedrich with Representative Hayes, Santiago Gotera with Representative Isaac, Caitlin Johnson with Representative Hunter, Madison Cohen with Senator Paxton, Owen Lowe with Representative Noble, Lindy Ochoa with Senator Middleton, Ryan Petersburg with Representative Schofield, Tristan Shoemake with Senator Betancourt's office, and Meadow Voitis with Representative Cook. Members, I'm sure you are all wanting to recognize your own scholars, but I would like if we could just take a moment to give all our scholars a round of applause. And, Mr. President, I want to particularly thank Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who has served as the legislative chairman of this program since its founding in 2009. And with that, I would move adoption.
The chair recognizes Senator Paxton on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator King, and I appreciate all your work on this wonderful program. And I know my office has benefited this session, especially from the great work of Madison Kane. Hello, Madison. Thank you for, why are you not at work? You're up in the gallery right now, right? Well, we appreciate all of you, and I just wanted to say a little bit about Madison. She's from Little Elm, Texas. She just graduated this past Saturday from Southwestern University with a bachelor's degree in political science. And during her time there, she was a valued member of the women's soccer team and also her sorority, Zeta Tau Alpha. And she previously has interned on Capitol Hill, where she discovered her passion for public policy and serving others through legislative action. She is eager and excited to continue her experience in her beloved home state and plans on growing her knowledge and pursuing a master's degree after a short gap year, which is well-deserved, and has a goal of making a meaningful impact in the lives of others. Her long-term aspirations are to become a diplomat and represent the United States abroad. Thank you, Madison. You have done excellent work, and you're just a fine person on top of that, and I appreciate what you bring to our office and to the people who come by. Thank you, and thanks for your service this session.
Chair recognizes Senator Kolkhorst.
Thank you, Senator King, for this resolution and recognizing the Governor William P. Clements Scholars my goodness, our office and our constituents have benefited, and actually yours too, because the person I'm going to highlight is Julia Patterson, and she works in the Health and Human Services Committee. Julia is our second time attendee in that office. And I want y'all to know that Julia just graduated this last weekend with a Master of Public Service and Administration and a Bachelor of Science Political Science degree from Texas A&M's Bush School of Government and Public Service. Julia, as I said, two-time intern for our office. She hails from Senate District 18, one of my favorite places, Round Top, Texas. And she has returned to the committee, and I will tell y'all that we treat her as a full-time employee with full-time responsibilities. Julia, thank you so much for the many bills that you have touched this session, for the late nights, the early mornings, some of the pressure that I certainly put on you, as well as my chief of staff and the committee director, in handling everything so fluidly and so beautifully. We can't wait for you to continue. I think you're going to go to law school, but more importantly, we want you to return to this building and keep giving back to the citizens of the state of Texas. So thank y'all, and congratulations to all the interns. I know you're of the same quality as Julia. Thank you, Senator King, for this resolution.
Chair recognizes Senator Hancock on the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator King, for the recognition. And Nicole, I do want to recognize, has recently graduated, as Senator King called out Nicole Chin. She's been interning in our office after interning actually in the private sector, and decided that was boring and came to the legislative body to intern as well. And so excellent work. And I would say the one thing about Nicole is, I don't know about y'all members, but I don't always walk into my office with a smile on my face, and I don't always walk out of my office to come to the floor with a smile on my face. But we have our intern sitting there, and Nicole, it is hard to walk past her without having a smile on your face. And so she reminds me that this is a fun, happy place to work, which I forget from time to time. So we want to thank you and show that to others. In fact, we had Department of Defense in, and before they left, they had to give her one of their special coins just because of the way that she greeted them and interacted with them at the time. So great job. We appreciate you working with us this session, and thank you for all you've done to the office and the cheer you've brought to the office. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, what a well-deserved and well-earned resolution by so many of you in the gallery. We have someone up here very special, Lindy Ochoa. She works in my office, has been an incredible addition. You are the first thing that people see when they come in, and I can't tell you how many compliments I've gotten from constituents and people that work in the public policy world of the job that you do. It's been incredible to see. So grateful for you and all the work that you've done in our office this session. And I know that you're headed to law school right after this, and you're going to be a great attorney. You're going to do very well in law school. I can see that legal mind that you've already got, and you're going to do extremely well there. And we hope one day you come back to the Capitol and work in the public policy world, because it's clearly a gift and a talent that you have, and we've been very blessed to have you in our office, and very proud of your work with the Clements Scholars and all of you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt on the resolution.
Thanks, Mr. President. We have a lot of talented people, and I'm going to brag on one because Tristan Shumate has been a big part of the success of Team Betancourt. He's a native Texan from Bullard, Texas. He graduated with honors, Mr. President, honors, Mr. President. He graduated with honors. Somebody get hold of Brandon up there. With a 3.93 GPA, Mr. President, honors at UT. Was that higher than yours? Slightly higher. He hopes to attend U.S. Army Officer Candidate School after the session concludes. He helped analyze, of course, our veterans bills for one in our office. And Senator Middleton, he speaks 4 languages, of which Senator King, he just picked up Arabic from a fellow intern this session. Okay? Now, I know when you look and I look at each other, we go, how did we get this job and how did they get their jobs? Anyway, well, they get their jobs because they're extremely good. All of y'all should be very happy. And since I know, Tristan, you're going to be headed to the federal government somewhere, you know, we might know somebody that can do something about that. When you get to Washington, look me up. I think you're really great, and we'll see what we can do. We need good men and women like you, and God bless all of you.
Chair recognizes Senator Hall on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I too like to recognize our intern, Aiden Hunter, who's helped us with ag and CWD and a number of other things, has been a real bright spot in our organization. And I know he's got a great future in front of him, particularly where he's going to school. He's made a good choice. So I know it'll be very successful.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears no objection. The resolution is adopted. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to add all names to of the senators to the resolution for her interns.
Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, so ordered. Chair lays out the following resolutions. The secretary will read the resolutions.
Senate Resolution 480 by Eckhart. Senate Resolution 515 by Campbell. Senate Resolution 516 by Gutierrez. Senate Resolution 517 by Gutierrez. Senate Resolution 519 by Perry. Senate Resolution 521 by Birdwell.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are adopted. Senator Flores, you're recognized for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Join me today in welcoming a team from Edward Jones to the Texas Senate. If you all stand to be recognized. Thank you for being here. Today we are celebrating the designation of May as College Savings Awareness Month in the state of Texas. Higher education opens doors, builds opportunity, and strengthens our economy, but for many Texas families, the cost of college can be a major hurdle. That's why it's important to raise awareness about tools and resources available to help plan ahead. Mr. President and members, please join me in welcoming Edward Jones' team to the Texas Senate.
Members, if there's no objection, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills and resolutions until the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Hinojosa of Nueces, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 3307.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute for House Bill 3307. Texas law provides property owners with the ability to challenge appraisal review board decisions through binding arbitration. To ensure that arbitrators remain qualified and well-informed, they are required to complete continuing education in arbitration and property tax law. The committee substitute to House Bill 3307 allows arbitrators to complete approved continuing legal education courses online, in addition to the current options of receiving this training from a university, college, real estate trade association, legal association, or an approved continuing legal education program. These online courses must be approved by the State Bar of the Supreme Court, ensuring they meet high professional standards. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 3307. Is there objection? Hearing no objections, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 3307. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 3307 relating to the continuing education required in order for a person to renew the person's agreement with the Comptroller of Public Accounts to serve as an arbitrator in an appeal.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 3307. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute House Bill 3307 relating to the continuing education required in order for a person to renew the person's agreement with the Controller of Public Accounts to serve as an arbitrator in certain appeals.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the committee substitute for House Bill 3307.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage Committee Substitute for House Bill 3307. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Fortis.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr.
Congratulations,
President.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, members.
Senator Hagenbu. You're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 913.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, HB 913 is a bill I'm sponsoring for Representative Frank pertaining to state hospitals. Currently, there are 2 new state hospitals under construction, the Panhandle State Hospital and the Lubbock Psychiatric Center, which need to be added to the state code. In addition to adding the 2 new hospitals, HB 913 seeks to split the North Texas Hospital, the only state hospital currently operating under 2 campus model, into 2 distinct hospitals, the Vernon State Hospital and the Wichita Falls Hospital. By doing this, each campus would have their own oversight and would lead to increased efficiency. We also included language in HB 19 that requires each state hospital to have their own superintendent. This is currently the practice for state hospitals. We're just codifying it as a requirement to make it explicitly clear. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up HB 913.
Senator Hagenbu moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 913. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 913. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 913 relating to certain state hospital names and the management of state hospitals.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for engrossment to House Bill 913.
Senator Hagenbu moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the constitutional 3-day rule.
Senator Hagenbu moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Gamble, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez,
There
Hagenbu.
being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 913. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 913 relating to certain state hospital names and the management of state hospitals.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of House Bill 913.
Senator Hagenbu moves final passage of House Bill 913. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Hagenbu. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 2970.
Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider committee substitute for House Bill 2970. Members, in 2021, the legislature created the Gulf Coast Protection District, the GCPD, to act as the non-federal sponsor for the Coastal Texas Project and the Sabine Pass to Galveston Bay Coastal Storm Risk Management Project. The work of the GCPD and the ability to mitigate and protect against flood risks is paramount and works in tandem with the creation of the coastal barrier system. Even so, the state has the responsibility to make certain that the design of the barrier does not come at the expense of safe navigation of vessel traffic and continued economic growth and commerce along the Houston Ship Channel. The committee substitute to House Bill 2970 requires that the final design of the coastal barrier Bolivar Gate system abide by the existing requirements in Chapter 66 of the Transportation Code, which is the Houston Pilots Licensing and Regulatory Act, which accommodates two-way vessel traffic. The bill also permits the governor to appoint the presiding officer of the GCPD, mirroring the leadership makeup of other similarly situated political subdivisions. And at the end of the day, Texas must ensure the final design of the coastal barrier system will not interfere with our pilots' ability to safely navigate the waterway or our state's economic growth and commerce along the Houston Ship Channel. Thank you. And I move suspension.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 2970. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 2970. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2970 relating to management and operation of the Gulf Coast Protection District.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator Middleton moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton,
There
Eckhart.
being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed to third reading. Let's back up, members. The rules are suspended and the constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute for House Bill 2970. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2970 relating to the management and operation of the Gulf Coast Protection District.
Senator Middleton, you recognize for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Middleton moves final passage of committee substitute for House Bill 2970. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton,
There being
Eckhart.
31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator Middleton.
Senator Betancourt. Senator Betancourt, you recognize committee substitute for HJR 1.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. House Joint Resolution number 1 would propose a constitutional amendment to vote for the voters to let them decide to authorize the legislature to increase the business personal property exemption from $2,500 to $125,000. Election would be held in November 4th of 2025. I do have a clarifying amendment. This will be in effect for 2026 if the voters approved. And a brief history, it took us 4 sessions to get the exemption up to $2,500. Senator Parker had proposed $25,000 a couple sessions ago. And now with a deal with the House, we have a $125,000 exemption to go before the public. And with that, I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider the committee substitute House Joint Resolution number 1.
Any objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Committee substitute for HJR 1. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute HJR 1, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation a portion of the market value of tangible personal property a person owns that is held or used for the production of income.
You recognize, I'm sorry, there's an amendment. Following amendment, Secretary, read the amendment. Could we have some quiet members on the floor? It's just a little noisy.
Floor amendment number 1 by Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was the clarifying amendment that I mentioned. We're striking a person owns to bring it within modern code.
Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. You recognize on engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading of the committee substitute, the House Joint Resolution number 1.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
30
Wardlow.
ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for HJR 1. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute HJR 1, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation a portion of the market value of tangible personal property a person owns that is held or used for the production of income.
You recognize on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the committee substitute, the House Joint Resolution number 1.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanc.
There are 30 ayes, 1 nay. The HJR is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You are now recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 9.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 9 would increase the business personal property tax from $2,500 to $125,000, which will not only save our small businesses money, members, but it's going to save them time. At an average tax rate of $2.04, the average exemption will now save businesses almost $2,500 per year on their BPP tax bill. With that, Mr. President, I think this is great news for all business owners in the state because I think we might have some homestead exemptions in the other chamber ready to go to as well. So when we combine House Bill 9 with Senate Bill 4 and Senate Bill 23, we basically have property tax relief for all home and business owners in the state of Texas. And that's not a bad week by even Texas legislative standards.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To joyfully ask questions of the author of this bill.
Senator Bettencourt, I have to step out of here in about 3 minutes. Fire away.
Okay, you have Senator? 1 minute for your question.
No, take as much time as you want, Senator.
That's right.
Senator Bettencourt, I appreciate this bill. Of course, you attempted to raise the business personal property tax previously. I voted for that bill. Can you tell us what the transfer, of course, tax policy is always about an appropriate distribution of the burden. It's really not tax cutting so much as redistributing it. So how does an increase of business personal property tax exemption to $125,000 shift the burden?
Very quickly, I did a handout of the new fiscal note. The bill would cost $193 million in the next year. If you take half of that because of school taxes, then that will make that up. That leaves about $96 million for cities, counties, and special districts. So we'll be doing it a year in advance, so they'll know that their taxable values will be down, less growth. And in fact, we had the city of Georgetown there as an example, and we calculated that would be less than 1% of their growth. And of course, they have the option of moving their tax rates if they wish to increase them.
So to make clear, because the state is buying is backfilling the homestead exemption for the school portion of the property tax. Our businesses are not adversely affected with the burden shift with regard to the school portion of property tax.
Well, other taxpayers aren't, and no, the businesses aren't.
Yes.
Right.
But this business personal property tax increase,
Exemption increase.
yes, assists businesses in the distribution of burden for the non-school property taxes.
Correct.
And would also assist them in the event we don't backfill on the school portion, which we don't expect to.
Right, that's why the exemptions are a priority once the public passes it. So you look at this, about 50% of schools, 50% is elsewhere. That's why the total saving is $2,500. And the cities and counties will know this is coming, as well as, so they'll be able to plan accordingly.
And from a policy perspective, do you find a flat dollar business personal property tax exemption going into statute and into the Constitution preferable to, say, selecting specific businesses to receive a higher business personal property tax?
Yes, because I think over time, we've tried to pass this increase. Took 4 times to pass $2,500. We tried to pass $25,000 a couple sessions. And this is predictable, so everybody knows that. And that, quite frankly, will take care of some of these other individual tax bills that we've got, because those amounts are so small that they're probably going to fall under the $125,000 limit anyway.
And because it's a dollar figure applicable to all businesses, it's fair. And because it's a dollar figure that's applicable to a location,
right.
It's also fair and efficient.
Right, and we have language to make sure that that location, doesn't get divided into multiple, counts. So we made it as fair as possible. And thanks.
Thank you very much for your hard work on this. I look forward to voting for it.
I will take your vote for it, Senator.
So that we have a correction, just double check your vote with Patsy. Thank you. Any objection? The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 9. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 9 relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of a portion of the appraised value of tangible personal property that is held or used for the production of income.
You recognize on, we have an amendment, following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was the amendment that we talked about with the new fiscal note of $193 million and the clarifying language on the operation that we covered with Senator Eckhart. So I move adoption of the amendment. It is acceptable to the author.
Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. We recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading of the committee substitute.
To engrossment.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It is the third reading.
Right.
Any objection? Hearing none. The bill passed the third reading. You're now recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergeron.
31 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 9. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 9 relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of a portion of the appraised value of tangible personal property that is held or used for the production of income.
You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage with a unanimous vote, again, for a property tax exemption of the committee substitute to House Bill 9.
Great. This is a great bill for small business. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergeron.
31 ayes and no nays. House Bill 9 committee substitute is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1151.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. At this time, I'd move to suspend the Senate regular order of business to take up House Bill 1151. Members, medical decisions is one of the most important duties of a parent. This includes decisions related to psychological, psychiatric, and any medical treatment. Texas law is very clear. Parents have the right to make medical decisions for their children. Equally, if a parent makes a medical decision that would be considered as an alternative treatment or therapy, they have that ability to do that also. This bill by Representative Hull prevents family separations when parental treatment decisions are the sole ground for removal or termination of parental rights. To be clear, members, this bill in no way limits the ability for anyone to make a report of abuse or neglect when the person believes a child is in danger of being harmed due to parental treatment decisions. I move to suspend the Senate regular order of business.
Senator West moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1151. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair leaves out on second reading House Bill 1151. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1151 relating to the neglect of a child and the grounds for termination of the parent-child relationship.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator West moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator West, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3A rule.
So moved.
Senator West moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
31
Campbell.
ayes, 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage, House Bill 1151. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1151 relating to neglect of the child and the grounds for termination of the parent-child relationship.
Senator West, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage of House Bill 1151.
Senator West moves final passage, House Bill 1151. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
31
Campbell.
ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Huffman. You're recognized for motions to suspend the regular order of business, the intent calendar, and the printing rule.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business, the intent calendar, and the printing rule to take up and consider SJR 87. Members, as many of you know, in 2021, we passed Senate Bill 6, which marked a significant overhaul in the state's bail system. Among the reforms was the creation of the Public Safety Report System, which greatly expanded the information available to judges when making bail decisions and enhanced our ability to track the bail system, how it's functioning throughout the state of Texas. Nearly 4 years later, we're finally beginning to gain a clear understanding of the types of bail being set and the offenses for which they are applied. In the year 2024, the Office of Court Administration, who keeps tallies on all this information, reports that in Texas, 1,082 individuals had bond set for the charge of murder. 197 individuals had bond set for capital murder. 499 for aggravated kidnapping. 2,009 for indecency with a child, 21,410 for aggravated assault, 1,641 for aggravated sexual assault, that's aggravated rape, 3,857 for aggravated robbery. Those are the most violent and serious offenses that are in our penal code. Of those 30,764 individuals charged with the worst offenses, around 64% received a bail under $50,000. This translates to less than $5,000 the individual had to pay if they utilized a surety. More specifically, and a number truly shocking, 23 individuals charged with either murder or capital murder received a bond of $100 or less. On the other side of things, only 117 individuals, or about 0.38%, received a bond over $1 million, no matter how violent or serious the offense. We're only a few months away from a further breakdown of the data, but I wanted to provide you with initial numbers as they first came out. So with that in mind, Senate Joint Resolution 87, if approved by the Texas voters, would amend Article 1, Section 11 of our state constitution to require the denial of bail to persons accused of certain felony offenses who have previously been convicted or who were released on bail for certain felony offenses at the time of the new offense. The group of offenses, and it is only these offenses, are murder, capital murder, aggravated assault resulting in serious bodily injury or committed using a weapon, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated robbery, aggravated sexual assault or indecency with a child, or trafficking or continuous trafficking of persons. Members, yesterday I distributed a letter to all of you providing an update on the progress of the previous bail reforms that were passed out of here with near unanimous support. I remain optimistic that our House colleagues will soon pass these discretionary bail denial joint resolutions. My greatest concern is that there are a few judges who may continue to ignore these new tools that help protect our communities. SJR 87 draws a clear line. The state of Texas, we will no longer tolerate truly violent repeat offenders to be out on the streets, re-victimizing our communities. I'm still hoping that the joint resolutions to the House will swiftly pass. The Texas voters will have a right to vote on those, but this is a way to give judges a tool for those offenses that I named where there's a prior conviction or they're on bond and there's probable cause found that they committed, again, this new violent offenses, and then they will be held without bond. I think many judges actually will welcome this because it's very clearly set out that what the legislature has demanded and what the people of Texas demand if they vote for this in November. With that, I move suspension of the rules previously enumerated.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator, yield for questions.
Senator Huffman, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this SJR really only targets violent offenders.
I would say the most violent, but they're the aggravated offenses, because as you know, Senator Hinojosa, you could have a robbery that's violent when you get pushed down or you sustain some injury, but this would be aggravated robbery, so there would have to be, for example, that's just an example, used with a weapon or a serious bodily injury involved.
And then we are targeting only those defendants who have committed a previous crime, been convicted of a violent crime, and they're up before a judge on a second charge for murder or a violent crime is listed under SJR 87.
Or they're on bond for that same offense. So they've gone through the process, received a bond for one of those violent offenses, and then the probable cause found that they have committed this new offense.
Yeah, and that's the other part of the bill, SJR 7, where there's a defendant who may be out on bond on the charge of a violent offense and then commits another violent offense. And those are the people who are trying to take off the streets and protect our families and protect our communities. Now, in the process itself, when somebody is being charged with a crime, there has to be a hearing before a judge before that person can be, then the judge has to determine after that whether the person has already committed another violent crime prior to that, was convicted of a violent crime, and or he's on probation right now.
Correct. It would have to be proven. Senator Alvarado is going to have an amendment that I will accept, which clarifies, which, you know, you and I think understand because we've worked in the system, that the attorney representing the state would have to present the probable cause to the judge and that they would be represented by counsel. But I'm happy to take that amendment from Senator Alvarado to make those assurances within the law.
And one last question, that is that what we targeted here are the most violent offenders who are repeat offenders, but also those who will commit a violent crime while they're being charged with a violent crime they were let out on bond.
Correct. Very small subset of those charged with criminal offenses.
And at the end of the day, it'll be the voters who have the final say-so on a constitutional amendment in November.
The voters will decide if they want this or not, yes.
Thank you, Senator Huffman, for answering my questions.
Senator Huffman moves suspension of the regular order of business, the intent calendar, and the printing rule. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second readings SJR 87. The secretary will read the caption.
SJR 87, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail to persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony who have previously been convicted of certain offenses punishable as a felony.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Huffman.
Senator Huffman, you recognized.
Yes, members, this just tries to clarify the ballot language a little bit. After it was filed, I realized it said instant offense. I thought that might be confusing to the voters. It's a legal term, so I just changed it to new offense, which is actually what it means. So I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Amendment's adopted. Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment adds language to reaffirm the defendant is entitled to legal representation during the hearing. It also reaffirms it's the duty of the prosecutor to meet evidentiary standards. Both of these provisions are identical to what is in the current version of SJR 5. I want to thank Senator Huffman for her tireless work, not only on this issue, but also for working with me on this amendment. I believe it's acceptable.
Senator Huffman, you recognize.
It is acceptable to the author, and I welcome Senator Alvarado's input on this. It's valuable. Thank you, Senator.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 2. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. Senator Huffman, you recognize for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment of SJR 87.
Senator Huffman moves passage to engrossment. Senator Huffman moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Huffman, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Huffman moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart,
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage of SJR 87. The Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 87, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail to persons accused of certain offenses punishable as a felony who have previously been convicted of certain offenses punishable as a felony.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To speak on final passage.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise to speak against this bill, although I absolutely agree with Senator Huffman as well as every member of this body that we need to make sure that individuals who are a continuing threat to society and to the community or a flight risk are able to be kept pre-trial. But the fact remains, and was well articulated in Chief Justice Hecht's 2019 State of the Judiciary, that we are not striking the right balance. This bill, although well-intentioned, does not give the judges discretion on a case-by-case basis, and it doesn't have a higher standard of proof of clear and convincing. SJR 5 does give the judiciary discretion and also has that higher burden of proof. So respectfully, I'm going to vote no on this SJR in the hopes that SJR 5 comes over with the discretion and with the clear and convincing evidence standard for the denial of bail.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of SJR 87.
Senator Huffman moves final passage, SJR 87. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
29
Campbell.
ayes, 2 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, the intent calendar, and the printing rule on Senate Bill 3073.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time I move to suspend the regular order of business, the intent calendar rules, and the printing rules on Senate Bill 3073. Members, this bill comes about, the entire contents were previously included in SB 9, which was the cleanup bail bill, which passed out of here, I believe 29-2, so most of you have already voted for this. It was determined in the House that a very small section of SB 9 was not germane, so there was a request that I send another bill over. That would be a standalone bill, so it would be able to be considered and passed through the House. So the House knows this is coming. Basically what it does, we have received reports that magistrates have been indiscriminately making no probable cause determinations when the facts suggest that there is clearly probable cause to warrant an arrest. This bill simply requires a magistrate who determines that there is no probable cause that they enter a written record in the findings in the records to support that determination. It's very simple. It again does not take away from magistrates or judicial's discretion to make that determination. Just simply when they make it, that they make a written finding of the reason why. This will allow prosecutors and law enforcement to understand the ruling so that they can proceed appropriately after that. So I move to suspend the previously enumerated rules.
Senator Huffman moves suspension of the regular order of business, the intent calendar, and the printing rule. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 3073. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 3073, relating to the duty of a magistrate to make written findings in certain criminal proceedings.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 3073.
Senator Huffman moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Huffman moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage Senate Bill 3073. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 3073, relating to the duty of a magistrate to make written findings in certain criminal proceedings.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 3073.
Senator Huffman moves final passage. On Senate Bill 3073, the Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, members.
Senator Hinojosa Nueces, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1899.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 1899. Members, this bill lowers the age at which a person may be issued a pyrotechnic operator's license as well as fireworks display permit from 21 to 18 years old. This bill does not change any of the other requirements that would need to be met in order to receive such a license or permit. It is the intent of this legislation to allow younger, adult-age individuals participate professionally in the firework display space. And with that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1899. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1899. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1899, relating the required age for a license or permit relating to the conduct of a public fireworks display.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
29
Campbell.
ayes, 2 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage, House Bill 1899. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1899, relating to the required age for a license or permit relating to the conduct of a public fireworks display.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage, House Bill 1899. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator Colt Corsi recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 116.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time House Bill 116. Members, this bill passed unanimously out of the House and the Senate Health and Human Services Committee. House Bill 116 revises the current legal standards for which a parent-child relationship can be involuntarily terminated, ensuring children are protected under the law. First, the bill amends the Texas Family Code to require parents whose rights have been terminated and are financially capable to provide support for the children in court-appointed care. Lastly, the bill removes the provision that enabled the involuntary termination of parental rights if a parent failed to comply with a reunification plan after a child has been in DFPS custody for at least 9 months due to abuse and neglect. Members, this is called the O grounds. We refer to it because of the part of the chapter of where it is. I think that this is truly a step forward in making sure the reunification of families can happen. I am so glad to carry this and honored to carry this for a longtime member in the Texas House, Harold Dutton. So with that, Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Kolkhorst moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 116. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 116. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 116 relating to grounds for the involuntary termination of the parent-child relationship.
Senator Kolkhorst, you recognized for a motion.
I move House Bill 116 to third reading.
Senator Kolkhorst moves passes third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed the third reading. Senator Kolkhorst, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Kolkhorst moves suspension of 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 116. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 116 relating to grounds for the involuntary termination of the parent-child relationship.
Senator Kolkhorst, you recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 116 to remove the O grounds from statute.
Senator Kolkhorst moves final passage House Bill 116. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 128.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, some of you may remember the story of Drake Pardo, a 4-year-old boy who was essentially kidnapped by the state and a hospital after his parents were falsely reported by a doctor a totally fabricated story of child abuse. There was no instance of child abuse in this case, and the report was made to CPS void of due diligence or proper communication or any kind of oversight from the hospital. Because of the hospital's failure to protect the family from a false report in this case, 4-year-old Drake was separated from his family for several months. The legal battle was expensive for both the family and the many volunteer organizations, costing time, money, and emotional duress, all to try to reunite a family that should never have been separated. Cases like this are unfortunately all too frequent. Some may be due to a report made in haste and others therefore an innocent mistake, but far too often medical personnel have abused their requirement to report cases of suspected abuse and use this to threaten, coerce, and punish families for various reasons. This bill simply requires a hospital to submit a monthly report to the Health and Human Services Department regarding information on the child abuse reports that are made. Specifically, the number of reports made, whether or not the hospital informed the parents or guardians of the child in question, any code indicating abuse that was used to diagnose or treat the child who was the subject of the alleged abuse or neglect, and a signed affidavit from the physician who made the report. The bill also outlines an administrative penalty for failure to submit this report, which is formulated according to the size of the hospital and timeline of the delay. The penalty may only be collected by HHSC when written notice is provided, and the funds can only be deposited into the Commission's GR fund. Lastly, the bill requires a written report to be submitted quarterly to the legislature by HHSC. Members, this is a simple measure to ensure that hospitals are doing due diligence when making these reports so as to keep families together and prevent unnecessary trauma for children and parents alike. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 128. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 128. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 128, relating to hospital reporting requirements regarding suspected child abuse, exploitation, or neglect.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion.
Move to engrossment for Senate Bill 128.
Senator Hall moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Bill is passed to engrossment and will hold there, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Eckhart. Senator Eckhart, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1285.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for listening to my bat bill. Bats are vital to Texas' environment and economy. They pollinate, they spread seeds, they control pests, eating tons and tons of mosquitoes, and they help fight disease. They fight disease, they don't spread them, by reducing insect populations. Just one little brown bat can easily catch 1,000 mosquito-sized insects in just 1 hour, and a nursing mother eats approximately 4,500 insects every night. Texas is home to 32 of the 47 bat species in the United States and encompasses the largest discovered bat colony in the world. Current law prohibits hunting, killing, or selling bats, although bats still may be hunted or killed if found inside buildings with people. But there are no protections for entombing bats. What I mean by entombing bats is if you are intentionally seeking to entomb bats with the expectation that you will trap them, prevent their escape, and kill them by starvation. Over the past 2 years, there have been instances where individuals have sprayed foam onto a colony of bats with the intention to trap and kill these animals instead of taking the appropriate steps to properly remove them. This bill aims to stop the rare but documented practice of entombing bats with the intent of preventing their escape and killing them by starvation. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 1285 helps bats to be removed safely from buildings while ensuring homeowners can still remove the bats when they need to and when people are threatened by them. Members, I'm aware that there were some concerns surrounding the removal of bats from unoccupied spaces, and so I will be bringing a floor amendment to address these concerns and assure people that you can still remove bats from unoccupied spaces. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Campbell, for what purpose?
To ask the author a question.
Senator Eckhart, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Senator Eckhart, about bats. Did you drive anybody else batty getting their votes other than me?
Yes, I flew around the chamber and accosted many people about this bat bill, even to the point of telling them that my first word, which is true, my first word was Batman.
Okay, there you go. I'm very pleased to see that the bats that you are protecting do eat mosquitoes, which I think is the most disgusting insect that the Lord put on this planet. But how many mosquitoes does the lactating bat mama eat?
A lactating bat mama eats approximately 4,500 insects every night.
And tell me, Senator Eckhart, is there a lactating certified bat to teach the lactating bat mom how to lactate?
As a matter of fact, I think bat colonies provide special lactation spaces in their caves for lactating bats.
You never know the information you're going to get for such an important bill that would have a tendency to drive people batty. But thank you, Senator Eckhart.
And thank you, Senator Campbell, for the delightful questions.
President.
Senator Eckhart moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1285. There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1285. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1285 relating to the protection of bats.
Following amendment. Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This amendment was developed in concert with stakeholders from the agricultural community. Language from the committee substitute would have made it more difficult for folks to remove bats from unoccupied spaces, including during peak agricultural season. This amendment is a less restrictive solution that preserves the goal of the bill by prohibiting the entombment of bats. Specifically, the amendment totally removes Section B1 of the committee substitute, which mandated non-lethal exclusion and prohibited the removal of bats during summer months. I'd like to thank the Texas Farm Bureau and the Parks and Wildlife Department for working with me on this amendment, and I believe this amendment strikes just the right balance, and consequently, we do have the Farm Bureau positively on this bill, supporting this bill.
Questions on the adoption of Floor Amendment number 1? Is there objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Eckhart, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Eckhart moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Eckhart, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bats be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Eckhart moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1285. The Secretary read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1285 relating to the protection of bats.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, sir. I move final passage.
Senator Eckhart moves final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1285. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you very, very much, and thank you, members.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2847.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to suspend the regular order of business for Senate Bill 2847.
Senator Hagenbu moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2847. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
23
Campbell.
ayes, 8 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage Senate Bill 2847. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2847 relating to innovations in core curriculum to accelerate the award of bachelor's degrees.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was happy to work in echelon with Senator King and his staff to make sure that we coordinate this bill with other good education bills. With that, I move to final passage of Senate Bill 2847.
Senator Hagenbuch moves final passage. Senate Bill 2847. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
23 ayes, 8 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2619.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 2619 provides much-needed transparency to ensure our school districts continue to make the necessary changes to improve and provide quality education to our students. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 2619.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2619. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
23 ayes, 8 nays, rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2619. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2619 relating to certain accountability-related policies and procedures related to public schools.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2619.
Senator Creighton moves final passage, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2619. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
23 ayes, 8 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Creighton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2972.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2972 protects the rights of students, faculty, and staff to peacefully protest on college campuses, but it also returns control to the institution in order to ensure the safety of the entire campus community. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute for Senate Bill 2972.
Senator Creighton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2972. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
21 ayes, 10 nays. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2972. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2972 relating to expressive activities at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I rise to speak against the bill. One of the hallmarks of a democracy and of academic freedom is the allowance of protest, especially on our campuses. Sadly, our legislature is muzzling dissent with regard to views that are not the same views of our political leadership. I'll speak. This bill, of course, applies to all universities, all public universities in the state of Texas. But I just want to speak to the university I know best, which is UT Austin. My grandfather graduated from UT. My father graduated from UT Law School exactly 60 years before I graduated from UT Law School. I have 2 degrees from UT Law. And I just want to speak a little bit about the history of protest at the University of Texas at Austin campus. In 1944, 8,000 students marched from the south lawn of UT Austin down to the Capitol, protesting the Regent's firing of President Homer Rainey because President Rainey refused to fire professors who included banned books in their teachings. In 1970, 3,000 students marched from the South Lawn to the Capitol to protest the Vietnam War and the 4 deaths at Kent State. The city of Austin refused to give those protesters a parade permit, so they marched from the South Lawn, where there was a public forum, onto the public streets without that parade permit to come to the Capitol, and several of them were arrested. They they filed a lawsuit and got an expedited judgment and were able to march freely from the South Lawn, that public forum, down to the Capitol. And when they were allowed to march freely, there were 20,000 protesters. In 1999, students staged a 5-hour sit-in supporting the establishment of an Asian American Studies major. Because they staged that sit-in and because they made their thoughts and their desires plain on an Asian American Studies curriculum, one was eventually established, but not until 10 of those students were arrested. Protesting against the banning of books, protesting against war and violence, protesting for the recognition of minority and cultural studies that add to the diversity, equity, and inclusion occurring on our campuses up the street has been occurring literally for generations. But this bill seeks to curtail that history by pushing the envelope on the First Amendment jurisprudence regarding public forums. This bill limits the traditional public forum on universities through the designation of specific locations, through limiting participants to just students and school employees. That means no former students, no parents of students, no spouses of employees, no members of the community in solidarity with the students or their employees. And it limits the activities of the protesters who are allowed. No masking, no amplification of any kind. There's no decibel limit, just no amplification, period. No drums, and no invited speakers. The overall effect will be to push protesters off of the campus and onto the streets, where the protests will be less contained, less safe for the protesters and for property owners, and likely will result in more arrests. In 2024, protesters attracted, the protests attracted a fraction of the protests in 1944 and in 1970. But the police response to that fractional protest was larger than either the 1944 protest of 8,000 students or the 1970 protest of 20,000 students, resulting in far more arrests. And of course, as you well know, mostly, if not all, of those arrests have been dismissed. So I will be voting no on this bill, and I hope you will join me in support of the First Amendment and our right to peaceably dissent in a democracy.
Senator Creighton, you're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 2972.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Burgo, Blanco.
21 ayes, 10 nays. The bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we have a special resolution. Members? Senator Bettencourt, can you have your seat? We'll have a special resolution, please. Thank you. This is a memorial resolution. The chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 511 by Senator Alvarado. Whereas words cannot adequately express the sorrow felt at the loss of Houston firefighter Marcelo Garcia III, who tragically died in the line of duty on November 6, 2024, at the age of 42. And whereas the son of Marcelo Garcia Jr. and Rosa Giannakos Marcelo Garcia was born in Houston on June 24, 1982. An outstanding athlete, he played football for the Magnolia Park Sharks, and he excelled as a member of the baseball team at Milby High School. Following his graduation in 2000, he attended Texas Southern University, where he majored in business administration and continued to compete in baseball. And whereas Mr. Garcia embarked on his career with the Houston Fire Department in 2015, he proudly served as Houston Fire Station number 23, earning a reputation for his work ethic and optimism and for going above and beyond to assist those in need. Committed to giving back to the community at large, he mentored young athletes and volunteered with Angels in the Outfield and at Our Lady of Guadalupe Catholic School. Moreover, he lent a helping hand to his neighbors, assisting with such tasks as mowing yards or picking up trash. His generous efforts on behalf of his fellow residents have inspired an outpouring of sympathy and support, testifying to the positive role that he played in the lives of all who knew him. And whereas admired for his kindness, integrity, and unwavering dedication, Marcelo Garcia embodied the highest ideals of the firefighting profession, and he left behind a record of service that his loved ones can remember with pride. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the memory of Marcelo Garcia III and extend deepest condolences to the members of his family. To his father, Marcelo Garcia Jr., and his stepmother, Diana Garcia, to his mother, Rosa Giannucos, and his stepfather, Naylan Giannucos, to his sister, Erica Garcia, and her husband, Kenneth Boo, to his niece and nephew, Lily and Jordy, to his grandparents, Esteban and Evangela Ballesteros and Francis Garcia, to his girlfriend, Silvia Ramos, and to his many other relatives and friends, and be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for his family, and that when the Texas Senate adjourns this day, it do so in his memory.
Senator Alvarado on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Marcelo, also known as Ox Garcia III, was a proud Houston firefighter and a pillar in our community. We had a lot in common. We grew up in the East End, same high school, and we're affiliated with the Magnolia Park Sharks. Marcelo was deeply dedicated to his neighbors and his city. Marcelo was killed in the line of duty in November of last year while fighting a structure fire late at night on November 6th. Today we have the honor of being joined on the floor by Marcelo's family, his mom, Rosa Giannucos, his father, Marcelo Garcia Jr., his sister, Erica Garcia, his niece and nephew, Lily and Jordy Bowe. We also have Houston City Council member Joaquin Martinez, who is a very close friend of Marcelo. And also we're joined by Marty Langton, president of the Houston Firefighters Local 341. We also have up in the gallery, and they're standing, many of Marcelo's firehouse family, his brothers from Station 23 in Houston's East End. In the gallery, you'll find Houston firefighters Jason Cano, Omar Montemayor, Danny Banda, Leroy Rosales, Richard Gutierrez, Marco Ramirez. And Station 23, it was very near where Marcelo grew up. Thank y'all for joining us to honor Marcelo as we remember him. Let's remember him for his decade of service to the Houston Fire Department, but also for his lifetime of service to his hometown. If you didn't know Ox, the outpouring of affection after his passing should give you an idea of the kind of man he was. There are not so many whose friends and family can fill every pew in the sacred co-cathedral in Houston. Marcelo was special. He was larger than life. He had a charm, an affectionate smile that drew people to him. His house was a gathering place for family and friends, but his guests often had to bring their own table and chairs, I'm told. A typical bachelor pad. Marcelo wasn't one to spend money on himself. Other people were his priority. Marcelo loved his home. He never forgot where he came from. But serving his community from Station 23 wasn't enough for him. He coached Little League, established scholarships in various organizations. He'd often mow his neighbors' yards and lend a helping hand in whatever way he could. It's no wonder that Marcelo was one of the city's most sought-after padrinos. He had many godchildren. Marcelo was more than a firefighter. He was a public servant, even when he was off duty. While he was on duty, Marcelo was a firefighter's firefighter. His crew remember his humility, his grace under pressure, and his compassion towards others. For him, every shift was a chance to give back to the neighborhood that helped shape him. And that explains why he was always the first to volunteer, eager to give 110%. There was no shift too long or too exhausting that it kept him from being able to lift everyone's spirits. To the Garcia family, thank you for sharing him with us, with the East End, and with all of Houston. We are better off because he was part of our community. Every day, you sacrificed so that Marcelo could share his gifts and talents with us. Your sacrifice has not gone unnoticed. The crew of Station 23 carry on Marcelo's spirit. Your excellence and service to Houston honor him. Marcelo can rest easily knowing his brothers are looking after his home turf. Marcelo was one of Houston's heroes. Let's honor him with this resolution. Let's honor him by caring for his family after their sacrifice. And let's honor him by looking after the first responders in Station 23, at the Houston Fire Department, and across our great state of Texas. Thank you, members. Move adoption.
Thank you, Senator Alvarado. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Alvarado, thank you for bringing this resolution. And Marty, I can see that, unfortunately, another good firefighting family had a great loss. As somebody who was born on the east side of Houston, who now represents the west side, I'd like to move that all senators' names be added to the resolution in honor of your son.
Members, any objection to the motion? Hearing none, all names will be added. Members, please rise in memory of Marcelo Garcia III. He will be missed by his family, missed by Houston, and I know missed by his friends. Members, thank you. The resolution is adopted. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized on House Bill 21.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules on House Bill 21, specifically the intent calendar and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 21.
Explain the bill, please.
This is the bill that was passed by Representative Gates. It restricts housing finance corporations. It stops the what's called practice of traveling housing finance corporations, where 4 of our taxing jurisdictions, specifically Cameron County, Maverick County, Pecos City, and Pleasanton, formed sales teams where they fanned out all over the state to take apartments off the rolls. And when they took the apartments off the rolls, they got a tax exemption. There is 0 local involvement, no approval by either cities or counties, and no benefit to locals whatsoever. These deals are being presented in New York as fait accompli, using the entire exemption of property taxes. And importantly, these deals, there's no evidence that there's been actual rent reductions. So in Representative Gates's bill, they talk about the fact that we need local approval as well as a specific off-ramp period for the existing projects. Projects will have until, January 1, 2027 to make a determination whether or not they can substantiate 50% of the property tax savings as rent reduction. And then they have up to 10 years at that point in time to, if they can't make that commitment, to have it, the project change hands or change ownership. I think this is very important. When we let bad things happen, they tend to build up to the point where special interest decides that they're going to use the money that should be the public's for themselves. There have been $16 billion of these deals done. And in fact, in anticipation of these bills being passed, there was marketing information that went out to the field that said, oh, it doesn't take 2 or 3 months to get 100% tax exemption. We can do it in 2 or 3 weeks. And this type of cascading, what I would call corruption of the public use of this money, has basically allowed property tax exemptions to be done all over the state without any local involvement, no approval by cities or counties, and these traveling HFCs have wreaked havoc on the tax rolls, really from one side of the state to the next. And effectively, the developers and out-of-jurisdiction HFCs are currently marketing what they call Goldilocks HFC investments on Wall Street, claiming that they're offering documents and that the property can be made tax exempt up for 99 years without any reduction in rent. It is really terrible public policy that unfortunately, they've been able to drive a Mack truck through. And some of these offerings, they claim they can increase the property's rent and still obtain a property tax exemption. I'm just appalled by what we've had to fight. And I want to commend Representative Gates and the 113 members of the House that voted 113 to 15 to end this practice. And importantly, this will set what I believe is a standard that if you're going to have an apartment project like this converted into an acquisition, that 50% of the development of that should be for families that are making less than a restricted income level. And it requires HFC users to obtain the approval of the municipality, and it also requires that the total amount of rent reduction that is below the prevailing market rate for the subject property total at least be 50% of the actual tax savings. So with that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the intent calendar and the regular order of business on House Bill 21.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
You yield.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. I want to commend you for the work you've done. I was a little surprised that we were taking this bill up as early as we are because it wasn't on the intent calendar, the notice of intent.
and also because you've got a great bill in Senate Bill 867. I think there are many things in this bill that make a lot of sense. First and foremost, these traveling housing finance corporations are basically finding a way to skirt the rules and cheat the system and cheat local jurisdictions out of their taxes. But if you look at the common denominator, because you mentioned lots of housing finance corporations, if you look at the fact that most of them are small, most of them are rural, but they have one common denominator. Most of them have used one law firm. And it has come to my attention that that law firm has gone to them and has actually said to them, do you know that we can help you do X, Y, and Z? And so my concern with this bill is that I think, and I respect your right to want to get this bill out in the shape that it's in. I much prefer your bill because I think you took all of the concerns, because Texas has an affordable housing shortage. And I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense here. It is a dereliction of our fiduciary duty to our taxpayers if we let people take $16 billion off the tax rolls and we get nothing in exchange for the taxpayer. The only reason the tax credit programs work is because we tell them that if you're competing for these points, how many units are going to be for the, let's say, what percentage at what band of area median income, right? So some are at 80, some at 60, sometimes you go deep targeting, 50, 40, 30, very hard to do. But you need that in order to keep people off the streets and being homeless. So my concern and my question to you, Senator Bettencourt, is can we, if somehow this bill becomes law and not yours, and we end up finding that we've basically brought all affordable housing to a halt, can we work in the interim to make sure that we fine-tune this so we do not allow these traveling finance corporations? I want to shut them down just like you do. I want to shut down people who are taking 100% of the property taxes off tax roll with no benefit to our constituents. But what I don't want to do is stop the production of new affordable housing units when the need is so great.
Absolutely, Senator. I think it's important that we have a program and it continues. I think the public policy argument is clear that if the state is going to grant an exemption, that we should figure out some way to make these projects work and get half of the rent, the property tax exemption back to the renters. Because otherwise, why are we doing this?
Yeah. No.
And to your point, I did not know until we had a discussion that there's one law firm doing this, because they're quite adept at marketing, okay? I mean, they have literally, they've got Goldilocks HFC investments on Wall Street, and documents that the property can be made tax exempt for up to 99 years without any reduction in the property's rent. And in some offering documents, developers claim they can increase property rent and still obtain a property tax exemption. So I absolutely agree that if the current bill pattern, if we need to work in the interim, because we have that much time in the bill pattern anyway, and we'll be back here in the next session. But this is, by the way, this is so bad. This is $320 million a year of tax exemptions flowing into a piece of that's flowing into one or two law firms.
I've got a question. Is there any way that we can cut the traveling HFCs, focus on housing finance corporations in their local jurisdictions, and fine-tune the test? Because I will tell you that I'm getting information that says that market rents aren't completely under the control of the landlords, because of market rents are sometimes impacted by COVID, the economy. HUD uses AMI instead of...
Market rents are subject to market forces.
Right. And so if you have these affordability, the test predicates that the exemption upon the factors which the landlord has little control, and the factors don't correlate or move in tandem. And so because of this, this is out of the control. The borrowers and lenders like Fannie and Freddie may probably not lend on any of these.
Well, look, the problem is that in the House, they tried to get testimony on that. And Representative Gates went from 60% to 50 because the floor is already 30.
Okay.
And no one would give them a number. So part of the problem here is that we've developed so much momentum with the traveling HFCs that they've done so much damage to everyone that I want to get this bill out to the governor. And because I've had my commitment to get the other bill out too, because it's important that we do everything we can to stop this problem because it is metastasized a cancer. And quite frankly, the 4 taxing jurisdictions that started this, and Cameron County, Maverick County, Pecos City, Pleasanton City, they shouldn't be just ashamed of themselves. They're taking all these fee monies and the fee money for them, and there is simply no public benefit. Now, another reason why, I think several of us have requested an AG opinion. There have been 2 already losses for these trial restraining orders in 2 different courts in the state because there is no local approval and there certainly is no local benefit. And I cannot imagine that an AG opinion wouldn't recognize that fact, and I think the Supreme Court's going to recognize that fact. So I think it's important to get this bill out, and then we'll send the other bill over, and we can continue discussion. But in the interim, you and I will be working on this. I can't promise it because I'm not the president,
Right.
but I think it's a worthy thing to look at. But this corruption has reached almost preposterous proportions.
Senator, these traveling HFCs, isn't it true that the biggest way that they create this fraud is that they go and purchase a property and then they take it off the tax rolls? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So then if that's the problem, because they're taking a property that's currently paying taxes, why don't we bifurcate and focus on those so that they cannot purchase, and we allow local housing finance corporations not to have the test on new properties, on new construction?
Well, I think the important point is simply this. We're going to have a test. Okay?
Sure.
And because a test separates the utter misuse of this tool
Absolutely.
from attempted rational public policy.
Right.
Now, by any definition we understand, what we're seeing is irrational public policy. And quite frankly, I believe, my opinion, is corruption because there's so much money in this business.
Yeah.
Now, the test itself, if the test is, if the test it comes up short, even by that point in time, they'll have to declare that by the first part of 27 we'll be in session. I believe the AG opinions will be well out. I believe the court cases will be well adjudicated. And I think what these people need that are in these businesses need to understand that when there is no public benefit, there is no local control, there should be no housing finance corporation.
Sure.
So this is really a lifeline to reality, okay? Because I know what hammers are being dropped. I believe we're going to be dropped shortly. So I think the important thing is to recognize the obvious, get this bill to the governor, get the other bill over with the one change that we talked about. Okay, I think that's the key.
Well, I looked at your 867 and it's fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't even need the amendment. The amendment to this bill would have made it more like 867.
Yeah, but this is such a horrifying, it's a horrifying perversion of the tax code that I think we need belt and suspenders. So we're going to get the belt over, and then we'll get the suspenders over back to the House.
Quick question. What if 21 and 867 are in conflict? How do we resolve that?
The last one that passes resolves.
Very good. All right. Thank you for your work on this. This day has been coming, and these people that have been taking advantage of the situation, these clever attorneys have created the situation that could potentially hurt people who are just trying to do the right thing.
Well, they've reaped what they've sown, but we will take a look to make sure that we're not throwing the weed out with the chaff.
Appreciate you taking my questions. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo.
Well, Senator Betancourt yield for a few questions.
Certainly.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. Senator Betancourt, I think Senator Menendez asked many of the questions I had in mind to ask. But this finance corporations, I really just a handful of them. And what they're doing is they are going into counties, and then the county or the local taxing entity will lose millions and millions of revenue, not even knowing themselves what's going on until it's too late for them to do anything about it.
That's correct, Senator Nelson. They have no control. They can't stop it. And right now, it literally can be done at the snap of a finger. It takes less than 2 or 3 weeks to do this now.
And a key portion of your bill of House Bill 21 also addresses some of the housing needs and situations that we find that in many places, they don't have a mandated percentage of units that have to be made for people that are in poverty or qualify for public housing.
That's correct.
And in your bill, you mandate that at 50% at least.
Right, that's correct. And the other 50% is, look, Senator, and we've talked about this, if the state is going to grant an exemption, you have to reasonably expect that if we're going to give away all property taxes on a piece of a multifamily unit for 99 years, that we should hope that half of that exemption would go to the renters. See, I get so much, comments about what are we doing for renters? What are we doing for renters? This is the perfect example of what we're not doing for renters, because these deals are being marketed on Wall Street as Goldilocks and exemptions up to 99 years without any reduction in property rents, and some documents claim an increase in property tax rate. It's an affront to everything that we should be doing for affordable housing.
And one last question, and that is that a local housing, public housing, they don't have to, the floor is just 50%. They can be higher than that in terms of affordable housing to people
Absolutely.
that qualify.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Bettencourt.
No, thank you for your questions.
Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author.
You yield?
Certainly.
This legislation has been too long coming. And the fact is that I congratulate you for bringing this legislation. And I look forward to making certain that I sign on it with you. It has been a sham. This is one of those practices that when we always talk about issues, fraud and corruption and things of that nature, that's exactly what this has been. And there's been one law firm, Senator Menendez, one law firm. Could you tell us who that law firm is?
Well,
Bet you know.
I think they know who they are.
It'd be nice for the members of the body to know who they are also. It'd be nice for the members of the body to know who they are also. Because the reality is that this has, in fact, been a sham on taxpayers in the state of Texas. And frankly, I understand I'm a lawyer, and obviously lawyers help clients with different situations, but this has been abused and misused. And so again, I guess the question is are you trying to get 30 co-sponsors of this bill? Are you trying to get 30 co-sponsors of this bill?
Senator West, I'd love to get 30 co-sponsors of the bill, and last time I checked, I was up to 27 yays, so I'll be happy to take 30.
Okay, now does this apply to multifamily developments multifamily residential developments that receive financial assistance, and hopefully you know this section, Section DD, Chapter 2306 of the Government Code? DD, Chapter 2306 of the Government Code.
Okay, Senator, not off the top of my head, so give me a second. What's that? Yeah, okay, that's LIHTC.
Right. Does this apply to LIHTC?
Right.
It does or does not?
It does. Right now, that's why we have Senate Bill 867, and we'll send that to the House because that LIHTC discussion is in 867. I just feel like the level of corruption is so high that we need to get this House Bill 21 off, and we'll send that over to our House partners. And
Okay,
at 113 to 15, I would hope they would pass it.
Okay, so we're working on LIHTC?
Absolutely.
Okay, and I think we need to make sure we do that. We don't want good programs we don't want to see go under. And so we need to figure out whether or not that's a program that needs to be a part of this or need to be accepted from this.
Right, and that bill is already on intent for tomorrow, I believe.
Right.
Correct, guys? Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator Betancourt, if it's a Betancourt bill, she's going to ask you a question. Do you yield?
That's right.
You and Mays.
I don't even, well, never mind. It's a serious issue. I yield, certainly. Okay.
Thank you so much, Senator Betancourt. This is such an important area because we are all so dedicated to finding ways to inject affordability into our housing market. Folks are really, really suffering with being able to access affordable housing, whether it is single-family housing stock or whether it is multifamily renters. So it's so important. And I completely agree with you on wanting to end these traveling HFCs, and that's why I signed on to your bill.
Senator, before you ask a question, I do have an announcement.
Yeah.
Okay, we've just confirmed that this bill does not apply to LIHTC. Right. Right, that's right. Okay, we just confirmed that. So it does not apply to LIHTC, but we'll still take any other, issues on 867 if that's what we need to do. But Senator Menendez does not apply to LIHTC. Thank you.
That's good news.
I think it's great news.
So this is, I'll wait till you sign this. So when we're looking at the ad valorem, now of course these projects have access to both ad valorem preferential tax treatment and to sales tax preferential tax treatment, correct?
I believe they can in some instances depending upon what the developers owners have applied for.
And the biggest input in these projects really is almost always, if not always, the dirt value.
No. There's always a dirt value, okay? So much of this is acquisition of existing property that I would say that by far, when you look at an acquisition, the improvement structure far outweighs the land cost.
You're right about that. You're absolutely right. So strike that. That dirt value, let's just look at the dirt value, the ad valorem on that dirt value. The expectation, now that this won't necessarily always play out, but the expectation is that the ad valorem value is going to appreciate over time. And so the tax avoidance in these projects, the value of the tax avoidance will also increase with it.
Well, there's two versions of that truth. There's what we're seeing now, especially in the Austin area where there's declining values, okay? And I do want to caution everyone on that argument that we've come through what is the single greatest few years of appraised value increases in my entire adult lifetime. I would hazard a nearly 99% prediction that we would not have ever have that appraisal increase again. So when you look at this, I think we're much more in a steady state to, in some major urban areas, declining for a period of time. And because of this op-ramp that's listed here, which takes us through to first part of 27 and then 10 years after that, I think if there's an issue, we can easily handle it at that point.
So it is possible that the tax obligation may level out because of what we do here, but the market value of the property is in all probability going to continue appreciating.
Well, unless we're in a general recession, generally all market value does increase. However, this particular classification of property has had some major swings, and we've gone through massive upticks that we'll never see again. At least I'll never see in my lifetime.
So true. And since these deals are like 40, 50, sometimes 75-year deals, over the lifespan, we're likely to see lots of up and downs, but over the course of the life of the entire deal, there will probably be a appreciation in that asset. At least the dirt value, maybe not the depreciating
over
portion.
Long term, there is a dirt value increase, but just going from memory off of this, Senator, the dirt value of one of these projects is de minimis compared to the value of the improvement. I mean, it in an area like, in an urban area, it could be $7,500 a foot. In a rural area, it could drop all the way down to $10.
Sure. You might have a property that at the moment that it's constructed with the dirt and the improvement is worth $100 million, but you only paid $5 million for the property.
Right.
Right. So what I'm concerned about, I was completely in favor of the Senate version of this bill to get rid of these traveling PFCs. There are two provisions in this bill that are concerning. One is the insertion of a requirement that the total amount of rent reduction must be equal to or greater than 50% of the tax savings. So are you saying that you want, well, you tell me what the intention is in that.
Well, okay, and with LIHTC out of this bill, okay, and this simplifies the equation dramatically, but it basically says this: if the state is going to grant an exemption on these properties for 99 years, I do not want developers going to market Goldilocks HFC investments on Wall Street with documents that the property can be made tax exemption for up to 99 years without reductions in rent, because that's what we're seeing up in Wall Street. And then some of the offerings, the developers claim they can increase property tax rent. That's just an abhorrent point to me. If we're going to grant this type of exemption, there is an expectation level that a rational amount of this money should go to renters, and helping them with their rents. And I find this so incredibly hypocritical that we've got merely one major law firm that's out here that's promoting this, because quite frankly, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth, which is between the two, the public policy we need. For an exemption of this magnitude for nearly 100 years, you've got to there's no reason why we shouldn't reasonably expect that we should be able to split that 50-50. Otherwise, why are we even doing this in the first place?
I philosophically agree with you, and frankly, I would prefer it if the government just owned the dirt, leased it to a private to build with conditions in the lease for X amount of units at Y market rate. That would be my preference, but we don't have that generally in the state of Texas, and most local governments don't have the ready cash to purchase such properties for that purpose, even if they have the authority. So let me give a hypothetical. We've got a 150-unit property. It has preferential tax treatment that's worth about we'll say $1 million. So half of that is $500,000. And they have negotiated that in these 100 units, 30% of those units, 30 of those units will be at 80%, 30 of those units will be at 60%, 30 units will be at 40%, and 10% will be at 30% MFI. So
it's up to them to make that determination.
What?
It's up to them to make their split determination.
So what if, as over the course of these 40 years, or 100 years, we're seeing these ups and downs where the appraised value and the taxable obligation goes up, and so they are avoiding more than $1 million, but the market rate for apartments goes down. They're still meeting their obligation for 30 units at 80%, 30 units at 60%, 30 units at 50%, and 10 at 30%. But outside of their control, the taxable obligation has gone up faster than the market rate of apartments.
Okay, since we're talking hypothetical, I'll tell you that the way these properties, if they were totally free market, would be valued on the income approach. it is almost impossible to sustain a long term where the value of the property goes up, but the amount of rents go down, because then the ROI ratio, the cap rate goes to, an unbelievable number. You just can't have that condition for very long. And this bill has a 10-year off ramp. And so if we're in that type of red light emergency, we'll be able to see it. But there's just no way you can't have decreasing rents for a long period of time and increasing property values in any type of income approach property. It violates every rule of mass appraisal that I understand.
I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you with regard to the market approach appraisal, the income producing appraisal for a multifamily project like this. Won't your approach create, and maybe not, I'm openly asking you this, would it create a disincentive for negotiating a higher percentage of your units at deeply affordable because of the income approach? At the income approach, your tax savings may outstrip your 50th percentile faster if you have more units that are more deeply affordable.
I could do hypotheticals on both sides of that equation. Senator, I'm not, there's so many. Which is
kind of my point here.
There's so many permutations that it's endless. And so part of this is that, again, philosophically, we've got to plug this hole. Philosophically, if we're granting an exemption for 99 years and it's not going to renters, why are we doing it? Philosophically, we've got a 10-year off-ramp if we're running into a problem. We'll be back here, and one of the problems, and Senator Cook knows this, we try to get data on this, but it's impossible because they're selling these things so fast that we can't even figure out how much is coming off the tax roll. So my commitment is to work with you, to work with Senator Mendez, and we'll look at this. But if LIHTC's out of here, I'm total green light to get this bill to the governor, and then we'll send over the other bill back to Representative Gates with anything else that we have a discussion on.
This is a really complex area, and I am so admiring of you being completely committed in it, and I want to help in it as well. I am concerned that the 50th percentile requirement and the retroactive aspect that were inserted will probably kill good deals, truly good deals. And so, and for the very reason that we're going back and forth saying, yes, you could come up with a million different hypotheticals because we're going to see fluctuations
Senator,
over time.
my commitment, as always has been, is what gets measured gets fixed. And I make that commitment to you right now.
Yes, but what gets measured in this bill within a 10-year time period may kill a good deal that already was negotiated and may already be built.
Well, again,
requiring it to then be defaulted and sold off.
Senator, the problem with corruption is that it's endemic. And this is overriding the few good actors in this business. And quite frankly, this is built up to detonation. And I think we have to take action. And again, we'll have that other bill back to Representative Gates, starting tomorrow, because I feel like we have to take a principled stand. Every day this happens, it's just more and more. And I've had so many members come up and say, it just happened in Montgomery County. It just happened in, this county. It just happened here. It's my MUD no longer can make their bond covenants because they've just lost their biggest taxpayer.
And I want to fix that along with you. I don't want the unintended consequences. So for now, I was a yes on your version of the bill. I'm going to vote no on this, but I want to keep working on this. This is a terribly complex area, and we need the affordable housing multifamily units. This is when used appropriately, this is a very powerful tool to get them. So I want to keep working on this, but again, the retroactive nature and the 50th percentile on market concern me because we have good negotiated product that will not be able to meet this test every single year. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you for your question, Senator.
Members, the motion is on suspension of the intent calendar and suspending the rule. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 21. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 21 relating to housing finance corporations.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion to passage to third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage third reading of House Bill 21.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, there is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the three-day rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 21. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 21 relating to housing finance corporations.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for an intelligent debate and all the work with all the people on this floor. With that combined wisdom, I'll move final passage of House Bill 21.
Members, Senator Bettencourt moves final passage HB 21. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
HJR 2, HCR 66, HB 334, HB 206, HB 517, HB 554, HB 1109, HB 2081, HB 2756, HB 3204, SB 72, SB 1080, SB 1143, SB 1245, SB 1267, SB 1271, SB 1273, SB 1355, SB 1422, SB 1759, SB 1786, SB 2361, SJR 3, SJR 37.
Senator Hughes, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 2043.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 2043. Senators, this bill is about free speech, and it's about whistleblowers, and it's about patient safety. Back in 2021, while completing surgical residency at a Texas hospital, Dr. Ethan Haim discovered that the hospital continued to provide gender transitioning treatments to minors despite publicly stating that such services had been paused, a violation of an opinion from the Attorney General's office on that practice. This doctor, believing those practices to be unethical and unlawful, blew the whistle. He was indicted for that by federal prosecutors throughout the legal proceedings. He's maintained that he acted as a whistleblower, did not violate any laws, and currently public employees enjoy whistleblower protection, but private employees do not, especially in a healthcare setting, where folks need to know if there's unethical practices, if standards are not being met. This just makes sense. So Senate Bill 2043 gives protection for healthcare workers in these situations, and I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2043. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
21 ayes and 10 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays that on second reading. Senate Bill 2043. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 2043 relating to prohibited retaliation against a physician or healthcare provider for reporting certain violations or taking certain actions with respect to the provision of healthcare services.
Senator Hughes recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, let's encourage our healthcare workers to tell the truth, to let the public know what's happening for patient safety. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There being
Birdwell.
21 ayes and 10 nays, the rule is suspended. We'll hold there, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures: HB 168.
Thank you. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 2532.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
There being 23 ayes and 8 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays that on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2532. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2532 relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain municipalities that receive municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Members, Senator Middleton moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2532. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There
Birdwell.
being 23 ayes and 8 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Middleton. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1073.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1073.
Members, Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1073. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
There being 22 ayes and 9 nays, the rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1073. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1073 relating to discrimination against or burdening certain constitutional rights of an applicant for or a holder of a license to practice law in this state.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, to secure First Amendment protections, I move final passage Senate Bill 1073.
Members, Senator Hughes moves final passage Senate Bill 1073. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
22 ayes and 9 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1359.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1359. Members, Senate Bill 1359 establishes the Wise Regional Water District under Section 56, Article 16 of the Texas Constitution. This new conservation and reclamation district will plan, construct, and manage water-related infrastructure to serve the people of Wise County. Wise County, located northwest of Fort Worth and west of Denton, sits on the far edge of the Trinity Aquifer, where groundwater availability drops off dramatically in the western portions of the county. Despite these limitations, Wise County ranks among the top 5 counties in Texas for the number of water wells drilled, highlighting its very heavy dependence on groundwater. The challenges facing Wise County are urgent but solvable. This legislation ensures that the county can meet its future water needs without leaving its residents in a state of scarcity. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business. A committee substitute Senate Bill 1359. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 1359. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1359 relating to the creation, powers, duties, and financing of the Wise Regional Water District.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Parker.
Senator Parker on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment changes the initial board of the Wise Regional Water District. It will now consist of 15 members appointed by a diverse group of cities, utility districts, and county officials to ensure broad and balanced representation. All decisions made by the initial board must be approved by at least 65% of the board members present, encouraging consensus-driven governance. The amendment incorporates a notice and hearing process for adding or removing contract members and participants to promote transparency and public input. It also clarifies that cities, districts, and private entities may all become become contract members or participants in the district if water is available and they pay the required cost. This amendment also makes sure the same cost-sharing methodology will apply uniformly to all contract members and participants to ensure financial fairness. And lastly, this amendment makes certain all contract members and participants will be subject to a uniform rate structure, preventing preferential treatment and promoting equity.
Member Senator Parker moves adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Member Senator Parker moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
There being
Burgwell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Parker, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Member Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Burgwell.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays that on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1359. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1359 relating to creation, powers, duties, and financing of the Wise Regional Water District.
Senator Parker, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Member Senator Parker moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1359. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 314.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 314. Senators, this is a bill about taking dangerous chemicals out of our school lunches. Those children that don't often have a choice on what they're going to eat, and the taxpayers are paying for it. It should be healthy. And so the Senate sent a great bill over to the House, and they made some improvements. There was a discussion about caramel and whether that was artificial or natural. Turns out some's artificial and some's natural. Under their amendment, the natural stuff stays in, the chemicals go out. And so this is a good improvement they made to a good bill, and I move we concur in House amendments.
Member Senator Hughes moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 314. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
30 ayes and 1 nay, the motion is adopted. Thank you, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 761.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I move to concur with Senate Bill 761. Senate Bill 761 is the Crime Victims' Rights Enforcement Bill that passed this chamber with unanimous support. The changes made to the bill and the House were at the request of the governor's office. Specifically, the changes remove some of the notification requirements as it relates to plea bargains and removes the civil penalties for healthcare facilities who deny victims the right to an advocate. The change also aims to clarify that certain definitions existing with the Penal Code are the same as on another different section of the Penal Code. With that, Mr. President, members, I move that we concur with the amendments made by the House on Senate Bill 761.
Member Senator Hidalgo moves that Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 761. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There
Birdwell.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the motion is adopted. Congratulations, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Dean Zaffirini for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2122.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, Senate Bill 2122 by Representative Drew Darby relates to imposition of application fees for certain permits and permit amendments for the disposal of oil and gas waste. The House added an acceptable amendment to correct a drafting error which simply omitted the word permit in a section of the bill. Mr. President, the amendment is acceptable, and I move to concur.
Member Senator Zaffirini moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2122. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
25 ayes and 6 nays, the motion is adopted. Congratulations, Dean Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 455.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to concur with House amendments to committee substitute to Senate Bill 455. Members, the House amendments to Senate Bill 455 certify that surplus lines of arbitration will be conducted in Texas and according to the laws of Texas unless both the policyholder and insurer agree to a different venue after written notice and a premium credit for the policyholder. Additionally, the House amendments allow surplus lines of insurance contracts over $2 million in insured value to agree by mutual consent to a different arbitration venue and governance under another state's laws, provided the agreement is in a form. And thank you to everyone, all the stakeholders that have worked so hard on this bill to craft this language, and to our House author as well, Representative Morgan. And I move to concur with House amendments to committee substitute Senate Bill 455.
Member Senator Middleton moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 455. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays, the motion is adopted. Congratulations, Senator Middleton. Chair recognizes Senator Paxton for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2420.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur with House Amendment for Senate Bill 2420. Members, this is the bill that requires apps and app store providers to obtain parental consent if the user is a child. Members, the House Amendment adds a provision stating that nothing, quote, nothing in this chapter relieves a social media platform from doing age verification as required by law, which I believe only enhances and adds clarity to the bill. And further, the committee substitute adopted by the House Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development Committee removed the private cause of action language, as there is already strong enforcement mechanism through the Deceptive Trade Practices Act. Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to concur with the House Amendment for Senate Bill 2420.
Member Senator Paxton moves the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2420. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There
Boardwell.
being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the motion is adopted. Congratulations, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Bettencourt for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1023.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amended Senate Bill 1023 to allow the tax assessor collectors to include a list of necessary hyperlinks on a single PDF source document to simplify the bill's implementation. These changes are not only beneficial, they're acceptable to the author. I move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 1023.
Member Senator Bettencourt moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1023. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There
Boardwell.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the motion is adopted. Congratulations, Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Nichols for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2371.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur on the House amendments to Senate Bill 2371. Members, this bill gave the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center authority to inspect and investigate reports of skimmers found on electronic terminals, on ATM machines, point-of-sale terminals, etc. The amendment clarifies that the TDLR, as the overseeing agency, must create rules to define the financial crimes new duties, and clarifies that the Financial Crimes Unit must work in coordination instead of independently with the local law enforcement when inspecting and investigating these reports. I think it improves the bill. Therefore, I move to concur on the House amendments to Senate Bill 2371.
Member Senator Nichols moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 2371. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There
Boardwell.
being 31 ayes and no nays, the motion is adopted. Congratulations, Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair recognizes Senator Colcourse for a motion to non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 17.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. First of all, I want to thank Representative Cole Hefner and many of the members in the Texas House who worked tirelessly for 6 or 7 hours on Senate Bill 17. They worked through several amendments, and I will tell you that I believe that they made the bill stronger. And when finally passed, Senate Bill 17 will be the most comprehensive legislation in the country, barring foreign hostile nations and their agents from acquiring and owning Texas land and natural resources. So a huge thank you to Representative Cole and many members who worked so hard on this bill through the entire process. With that being said, there are a couple of adjustments that still need to be made, and I move to that the Senate refuse to concur and appoint a conference committee.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Question to the author, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Colcourse.
I do.
You recognize Senator Menendez.
Senator Colcourse, I watched a lot of the debate in the House. It was almost impossible to miss. It took like 2 days to pass this bill. And one of the amendments seemed to address the fact that in the bill they felt that it would keep people who had maybe a student visa or a professor or something from being able to buy a home. That amendment that I think was added by, I believe it was Angie Chen Button and Mr. Representative Shaheen, I think it was.
It was the Shaheen Amendment.
Shaheen Amendment, and I think she helped out with. Is that an amendment that you're considering to keep, or one of those that you think you might need?
Well, I think, we have looked at, and I visited with Representative Hefner on several amendments, and again, what yeoman's work he did on a very complicated bill. Even the adjustments that he made with the committee substitute. So we'll certainly be looking at that. There are people that feel like being on a tourist visa and being able to purchase multiple pieces of property could be an issue. As it left here, it was homestead property, limited to homestead property. So the spirit of the amendment is to say someone that's truly seeking asylum, that they could come here and potentially, be able to buy a property that they could live in. We defined it as homestead in a third reading amendment that was offered that I believe actually received 86 votes. You have to have, as you and I as old House members know, it has to be 2/3, 100. That would have limited those types of visas to a singular dwelling, somewhere where they live. So depending on how you define it, homestead or a dwelling, that I think the intention of the amendment was to certainly give those that are from these 4 hostile nations that are currently on the threat assessment, the annual threat assessment, and it's very prescriptive in the bill, is really the metric by which we decide who can and cannot be buying land here, is to help the asylum seeker, but not to allow someone that just happens to be here on a tourist visa or a student visa to buy multiple properties, investment properties and everything else. So we're going to discuss that and work through that. As I said, Representative Hefner has been great to work with and has done a really good job of a complicated issue, and we'll see where that ends up.
Does your bill use the U.S. threat assessment list that has also been listed in a lot of Senator Hughes's bill? He uses a list that the U.S. State Department has for threat assessment countries. Is that the one you're using?
Yeah, it's the annual threat assessment that is created by the Director of National Intelligence. Very, very similar to Senate Bill 147 that we voted here last session. And Representative Hefner kept that as well. He also did have an amendment that allows the governor, if he identifies someone that is a threat potentially to Texas, to be able to add to that list. So more comprehensive than Senate Bill 17 when it left here.
So the bill now has that the governor can also designate a country.
They did.
Whether it's on the U.S. threat assessment or not, the governor can add one too.
That is what the amendment reads.
Wow. I'm glad you're not concurring. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Member Senator Kolkhorst moves that the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 17 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 17. Chair, Senator Kolkhorst. Members, Senators Hughes, Middleton, Hall, and Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Chair recognizes Senator Betancourt for a motion to non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 509.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The House amendments to 509 was an amendment actually by the President, Senator Birdwell, that the AG's office had a 2-hour notice before a TRO hearing can take place on a challenge issue. The House changed this requirement to reasonable opportunity to participate, which can be left up to the interpretation and vary from judge to judge. So at this point, I move not to concur with the House amendments to SB 509 and appoint a conference committee.
Member Senator Betancourt moves that the Senate non-concur in House amendments.
You could be on that conference committee pretty quickly. That's right.
Member Senator Betancourt moves that the Senate non-concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 509 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 509. Chair, Senator Betancourt. Members, Senators Birdwell, Hughes, Paxton, and Zaffirini.
Z, you're hired. You're on the conference committee. Thank you. Okay.
Chair recognizes Senator Cook for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 1310.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to thank all of my colleagues for the bipartisan support of this bill and my chairwoman for helping me craft it. This will mean a lot to the folks in my district that we got this through the Senate. I move final passage. I move to suspend the regular order of business. Take it up. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The motion's on suspending the regular order of business.
Go ahead and get it. Please go faster.
Members, Senator Cook moves suspension of the regular order of business. On committee substitute Senate Bill 1310, there is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
Having
Boardwell.
25 ayes and 6 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1310. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1310 relating to senior retirement communities.
Senator Cook, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage. Thank you.
Members, Senator Cook moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1310. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
Having
Boardwell.
25 ayes and 6 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Members, this will be the last bill on today's intent calendar. Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 2857.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 2857. Currently, the state utilizes bulk purchasing to negotiate lower prescription drug costs for state agency employees. This bill would allow public and private entities, including municipalities, counties, public schools, private employers, and health benefit plans to participate in the state's purchasing pool to combine their purchasing power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for patients and employees. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, Senator Blanco moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 2857. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Boardwell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2857. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2857 relating to a prescription drug purchasing pool for certain health benefit plan issuers and employers.
Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Blanco moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
Having
Boardwell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion, suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Blanco moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Boardwell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2857. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2857 relating to a prescription drug purchasing pool for certain health benefit plan issuers and employers.
Senator Blanco, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Members, Senator Blanco moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 2857. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt,
There being
Boardwell.
28 ayes and 3 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Okay. Members, the following motion in writing, Secretary will read the motion.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for House Bill 2294 relating to reimbursement rates for child care providers participating in the Texas Rising Star Program to be withdrawn from the Committee on Economic Development and re-referred to the Committee on State Affairs. Motion by Senator Zaffarini. Senator King, Chair Committee from which bill is being withdrawn. Senator Hughes, Chair Committee to which bill is being re-referred.
Members, there's objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Members, the following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.13 to permit committees to meet during consideration of the local and uncontested calendar. Motion by Zaffarini.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted.
Members, the President's desk is clear. Are there any announcements? Senator Hughes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10, 11.13, and 11.18, so the Senate Committee on State Affairs can meet today, Wednesday, May the 14th, 2025, here at Desk 1 at 4:15 p.m. to consider pending business. That's my motion.
Members, there's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Senator Birdwell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 and all necessary rules so that the Senate Committee on Natural Resources can meet upon adjournment at 4:15 at my desk, Desk 22, to consider pending business, Committee Substitute House Bill 1237 by Guillen, HB 2663 by Darby, and HB 4384 by Darby. President, members, if there's no questions, I move suspension.
Members, there's a motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion passes. Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senator Schwertner asked me to make this motion. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rule 11.10 and Senate Rule 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Business and Commerce can take up the following bill on Thursday, May 15th at 8 a.m. in E1.012, House Bill 2213, relating to the composition of the Board of Directors of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association. Mr. President and members, that's my motion.
Members, any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Senator Hughes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10, 11.13, 11.18, so that the Senate Committee on Jurisprudence can meet today, Wednesday, May 14th, at Desk 1 at 4:17 p.m. That'll be after the State Affairs meeting to consider pending business. That's my motion.
Members, any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Senator The following bill on first reading in reference to the committee.
House Bill 24 to local government.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 1110, 1118, so that the Senate Committee on Local Government can add House Bill 24 by Representative Orr, sponsor Senator Hughes, and House Bill 3687 by Representative Harless, sponsor Senator Betancourt, to our agenda for tomorrow morning, Thursday, May 15th at 9 a.m. in the Betty King Room, 2E20. Mr. President, members, there are no questions. I move suspension.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, the motion passes. Members, the Senate will stand at ease until 4:30 p.m. for the local and uncontested calendar.
Senate will come to order. Chair lays out House Bill 37 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 37.
Senator from Harris moves that House Bill 37 move to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed third reading. The senator from Harris moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 noes.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out House Bill 37 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 37.
The senator from Harris moves final passage of House Bill 37. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, HB 37 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 109 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 109.
Senator from Washington moves passage of HB 109 to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed third reading. Senator from Washington moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 109 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 109.
The Secretary from Washington moves final passage of HB 109. Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, HB 109 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 1130 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1130.
The senator from Kendall moves passage of HB 1130 to third reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is passed third reading. Senator from Kendall moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 1130 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1130.
Senator from Kendall moves final passage of HB 1130. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1130 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 1238 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1238.
The senator from Denton moves final passage of HB 1230, or moves passage to third reading of HB 1238. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. The senator from Denton moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
29 ayes, 2 nays.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 1238 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1238.
The senator from Denton moves final passage of HB 1238. Secretary will call the roll.
29 ayes, 2 nays.
There being 29 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1238 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 1327 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1327.
The senator from Harris moves passage of HB 1327 to third reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Harris moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 1237 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1327.
The senator from Harris moves final passage of HB 1327. The Secretary call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 20 ayes, 3 nays, HB 1327 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 1610 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1610.
The senator from Dallas moves final passage of HB 1610 to third reading. Is there objection? Chair is none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Dallas moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 1610 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1610.
The senator from Dallas moves final passage of HB 1610. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1610 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 1615 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1615.
The senator from Washington moves passage of HB 1615 to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Washington moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0
There being
nays.
31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 1615 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1615.
The senator from Washington moves final passage of HB 1615. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1615 is finally passed. The chair lays out HB 1620 on second reading. The senator from Dallas moves passage of HB 1620 to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. The senator from Dallas moves that the three-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out HB 1610 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1620.
The senator from Dallas moves final passage of HB 1620. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, HB 1620 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 1689 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1689.
The senator from Washington moves final passage of HB, moves passage to third reading of HB 1689. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is passed to third reading. The senator from Washington moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 1689 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 1689.
The senator from Washington moves final passage of HB 1689. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0
There being
nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1689 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 2809 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 2809.
The senator from Dallas moves passage of HB 2809 to third reading. Is there objection? Chair is none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Dallas moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. Secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out HB 2809 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 2809.
The senator from Dallas moves final passage of HB 2809. The secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2809 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 2884 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 2884.
The senator from Washington moves passage of HB 2884 to third reading. Is there objection? The chair is none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Washington moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 2884 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 2884.
The senator from Washington moves final passage of HB 2884. The secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2884 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 2890 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 2890.
The senator from Denton moves passage of HB 2890 on third reading. Is there objection? The chair is none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Denton moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 30 ayes, 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 2890 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 2890.
The senator from Denton moves final passage of HB 2890. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, HB 2890 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 4215 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 4215.
Senator from Williamson moves passage of HB 4215 to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Williamson moves that 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes, 3 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 4215 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 4215.
The senator from Williamson moves final passage of HB 4215. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes, 3 nays, HB 4215 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 5092 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 5092.
The senator from Lubbock moves passage of HB 5092 on third reading. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator from Lubbock moves the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes, 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out HB 5092 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 5092.
The senator from Lubbock moves final passage of HB 5092. The secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes, 1 nay, HB 5092 is finally passed. Chair lays out HCR 7. The secretary will read the caption.
HCR 7.
The senator from Van Zant moves adoption of HCR 7. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 7 is adopted. Chair lays out HCR 75. The secretary will read the caption.
HCR 75.
The senator from Cherokee moves adoption of HCR 75. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0
There being
nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 75 is adopted. Chair lays out HCR 86. The secretary will read the caption.
HCR 86.
The senator from Denton moves adoption of HCR 86. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 86 is adopted. Chair lays out HCR 92. The secretary will read the caption.
HCR 92.
Senator from Dallas moves adoption of HCR 92. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 92 is adopted. Chair lays out HCR 93. The secretary will read the caption.
HCR 93.
The senator from Cherokee moves adoption of HCR 93. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0
There being
nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 93 is adopted. Chair lays out HCR 126. The secretary will read the caption.
HCR 126.
The senator from Cherokee moves adoption of HCR 126. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 126 is adopted. Chair lays out SB 644 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 644.
The Senator from Dallas moves passage to engrossment of SB 644. Is there objection? Chair is none. Bills engrossed. The Senator from Dallas moves that 3-day rule be suspended. Secretary call the roll.
31 ayes, 0
Having
nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out SB 644 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 644.
The Senator from Dallas moves final passage of SB 644. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
Having 31 ayes, 0 nays, SB 644 is finally passed. Chair lays out SB 1230 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1230.
The Senator from Wood moves passage to engrossment of SB 1230. Is there objection? The chair is none. The bill is engrossed. The Senator from Wood moves that 3-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, rule suspended. Chair lays out SB 1230 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1230.
The Senator from Wood moves final passage of SB 1230. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0
There being
nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1230 is finally passed. Chair lays out SB 1361 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1361.
The Senator from Harris moves passage to engrossment of SB 1361. Is there objection? Chair is none. The bill is engrossed. The Senator from Harris moves the 3-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out SB 1391 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1361.
The Senator from Harris moves final passage of SB 1391. Secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes, 1 nay, SB 1361 is finally passed. Chair lays out SB 1778 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1778.
The Senator from Harris moves passage to engrossment of SB 1778. Is there objection? Chair is none. Bills engrossed. The Senator from Harris moves that 3-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0
There being
nays.
31 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is suspended. The Chair lays out SB 1778 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1778.
The Senator from Harris moves final passage of SB 1778. Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1778 is finally passed. Chair lays out SB 7090 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1790.
The Senator from Kendall moves passage to engrossment of SB 7090. Is there objection? Chair is none. Bills engrossed. The Senator from Kendall moves that 3-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out SB 7090 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 1790.
The Senator from Kendall moves final passage of SB 7090. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes, 0 nays, SB 7090 is finally passed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chair lays out SB 2460 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 2460.
The Senator from Montgomery moves passage to engrossment of SB 2460. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The Senator from Montgomery moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 2460 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 2460.
The Senator from Montgomery moves final passage of SB 2460. The Secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 1 nay.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, SB 2460 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 2515 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 2515.
The Senator from Wood moves passage to engrossment of SB 2515. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The Senator from Wood moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The Secretary will call the roll. 31
ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 2515 on third reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 2515.
The Senator from Wood moves final passage of SB 2515. The Secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2515 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 2747 on second reading. The Secretary will read the caption.
SB 2747.
The Senator from Cullen moves passage to engrossment of SB 2747. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Collin moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 2747 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 2747.
The senator from Collin moves final passage of SB 2747. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2747 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 2751 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 2751.
The senator from Collin moves passage to engrossment of SB 2751. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Collin moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 2751 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 2751.
The senator from Collin moves final passage of SB 2751. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2751 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 2790 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 2790.
The senator from Dallas moves passage to engrossment of SB 2790. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Although the chair did hear some kind of thump, the bill is engrossed. The senator from Dallas moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 0 nays, 1 present not voting.
There being 30 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 present not voting, the chair lays out, the rule is suspended, and the chair lays out SB 2790 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 2790.
The senator from Dallas moves final passage of SB 2790. The secretary will call the roll.
30 ayes, 0 nays, 1 present not voting.
There being 30 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 present not voting, SB 2790 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3048 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3048.
The senator from Hood moves passage to engrossment of SB 3048. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Hood moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
27 ayes, 4 nays.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 3048 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3048.
The senator from Hood moves final passage of SB 3048. The secretary will call the roll.
27 ayes, 4 nays.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, SB 3048 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3050 on second reading. The secretary will read that caption.
SB 3050.
The senator from Wood moves passage to engrossment of SB 3050. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Wood moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 3050 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3050.
The senator from Wood moves final passage of SB 3050. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, SB 3050 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3051 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3051.
The senator from Collin moves passage to engrossment of SB 3051. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Collin moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
27 ayes, 4 nays.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 3051 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3051.
The senator from Collin moves final passage of SB 3051. The secretary will call the roll.
27 ayes, 4 nays.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, SB 3051 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3052 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3052.
The senator from Denton moves passage to engrossment of SB 3052. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Denton moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 3052 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3052.
The senator from Denton moves final passage of SB 3052. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, SB 3052 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3053 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3053.
The senator from Denton moves passage to engrossment of SB 3053. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Denton moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 3053 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3053.
The senator from Denton moves final passage of SB 3053. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, SB 3053 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3056 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3056.
The senator from Denton again moves to passes to engrossment of SB 3056 this time. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Denton moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
27 ayes, 4 nays.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair will lay out SB 3056 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3056.
The senator from Denton moves final passage of Senate Bill 3056. The secretary will call the roll.
27 ayes, 4 nays.
There being 27 ayes and 4 nays, SB 3056 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3058 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3058.
The senator from Washington moves passage to engrossment of SB 3058. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Washington moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out SB 3058 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3058.
The senator from Washington moves final passage of SB 3058. The secretary will call the roll.
28 ayes, 3 nays.
There being 28 ayes and 3 nays, SB 3058 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 3061 on second reading. The secretary will read the caption.
SB 3061.
The senator from Montgomery moves passage to engrossment of SB 3061. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is engrossed. The senator from Montgomery moves that the 3-day rule be suspended. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rule is suspended. The chair lays out Senate Bill 3061 on third reading. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 3061.
The senator from Montgomery moves sine die, just kidding, final passage of SB 3061. The secretary will call the roll.
31 ayes, 0 nays.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, SB 3061 is finally passed. The following bills on first reading and reference to committee, the secretary will read the bills.
HJR 182 to Veteran Affairs, HB 4 to Education, HB 46 to State Affairs, HB 101 to Veteran Affairs, HB 146 to Business and Commerce, HB 170 to State Affairs, HB 214 to Border Security, HB 305 to Criminal Justice, HB 426 to Health and Human Services, HB 549 to Education K through 16, HB 551 to State Affairs, HB 594 to Local Government, HB 722 to Business and Commerce, HB 824 to Education K through 16, HB 1119 to Health and Human Services, HB 1579 to Education K through 16, HB 2215 to State Affairs, HB 2458 to Criminal Justice, HB 2530 to Jurisprudence, HB 2674 to Education K through 16, HB 2713 to Local Government, HB 2974 to Economic Development, HB 3015 to Finance, HB 3151 to Health and Human Services, HB 3180 to Jurisprudence, HB 3221 to Finance, HB 3359 to Veteran Affairs, HB 3556 to Natural Resources, HB 4088 to State Affairs, HB 4211 to Business and Commerce, HB 4396 to Economic Development, HB 4413 to Natural Resources, HB 4580 to Local Government, HB 4609 to Finance, HB 4864 to Local Government, HB 5088 to Economic Development, HB 5154 to education K through 16, HB 5263 to education K through 16.
Senator Zaffarini moves that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Thursday, May 15th. Is there objection? Slight pause. The chair hears none. The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Thursday, May 15th.